Hello. One moment. There we are. Okay. Ahoy. Hello, Technic. Hopefully, we don't have the delay issues anymore. Oh, God damn. It just started. Oh. How am I already sneezed? This does not bode well at all. 1 minute and 7 seconds, 2 sneezes. This is bad. Bless you, thank you, Jesus. You snooty Aussie, yes. I'm gonna take some drugs. Hopefully, will make this a bit less fun. We'll see how that goes. Trying to make a not so great scheme look good is so difficult. I can feel that. For me, that is that's kind of like why I haven't touched my my Eldar Wraithguard in a while, is because I'm not super happy with how the colors turned out on them, on these guys. I really like the way the head has come out on it, but the body is just so gross that it's just like, I'm just actively avoiding touching it. But we don't have to worry about that today because we're not touching that. This is what we've got to do on our Night Lord. Is the weapons. So there's some metallics left to be done over here. So this will probably be in our brass. And then we got our top weapon here. We got our exhaust. I still haven't done one of his toes, I just realized. We'll have to figure something out for that. Either that or just completely mask it in our base, which is also doable. Because I kind of don't want to have to mix up the the I kind of don't want to have to mix up the paint color again for the body, but we'll see. And then we got to do the window, and then we'll probably do a couple of Night Lord symbols on there, like the red skull with the bat wings and stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure once we do all that, that is going to be pretty much done at that point. So, as far as our metallics go, pretty sure it was this rust that I had used. Either rust or Hachette copper. I think it was rust. Just looking at it. Yeah, Hachette copper is a bit gold compared to this. And that's lead belcher on the underside, painting an exocrine. Have we have you put photos of that one in the Discord? I'm having a look now. Is the lobster the exocrine? Because the lobster's a really cool model. Yeah, that's the exocrine. Right, okay. Yeah, it's a very cool Tyranid. I like it. Okay, well, we can disassemble this man. Painting it in your original scheme from 6 months ago and it's not aged well. Remind me, what was your original scheme? Because I know that Sundew's Tyranids are they're High Fleet Behemoth. What scheme were yours done in? The scheme of, I've got $30 to spend on paint. Ah, classic. That's everyone's first scheme. Highlight and base coat for the shell are two different, so you're what was it? Two different, so you're trying to bring them together with some contrast paint. It's looking decent so far. Righto. Yeah, it's it's fun when you've like got a scheme that you were doing when you weren't as good at painting, and then you come back and redo it, knowing more about how to paint now. Like that was fun for me when I did my Neuro Tyrant. Because prior to that, the last Tyranids that I had done were my Tomagons, which I'd just slap chopped and forgotten about. The Neuro Tyrant I actually put a decent bit of effort into, and I had more painting experience at that point. Gonna spend your $1 on Def Copper and Storm Boys instead of saving. Look, that's called a worthwhile investment. With the way the economy's going at the moment as well, you're better off spending your money on goods rather than rather than leaving it tied up in the banks, you know? The value of your money is going to be in rapid decline. You are the great and mighty Pooh and you're going to throw shit at you? Hello, Agent Smith. You doing good? Anything we need to know? The game reference? I see. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. What game is that referencing? Is that like a Conker's Bad Fur Day reference? I heard some scat, you little twat. What is going on? Conker's Bad Fur Day. It is from Conker's Bad Fur Day? Holy shit, what a guess. Although at the same time, probably not really, because I have no idea what other game would have a line like that in it. Post the song in Discord. I see. I probably won't watch it immediately on stream, but I will check it out. I'll have a look and see what it is, and I'll listen to it afterwards. In memes. It is from Conkers. I see. Okay. Do a Let's Play on Conker's Bad Fur Day. What is it even on? I imagine I would need an emulator. What is it, like a PlayStation 1 game? how much of this do we want to be silver and how much do we want to be bronze? N63 and I'm assuming we mean Xbox, not Zbox. I've never heard of a Zbox. But yeah, Xbox, okay, yeah. Weird that it's on N60, N64 and Xbox instead of fucking. Yeah, crazy that it wasn't on PlayStation 1. Minis, Shelly? What? Oh, in minis. I mean, that looks pretty good, and that is some crazy lobster core you got going there. I like that. Really nice gradients you got going on the shell. Also, leg reveal. Wonka is too good for PlayStation. What do you mean? PlayStation 1 was a banger console. Yeah, I'm really regretting using this particular metallic for my my bronze coloring or my brass coloring because it's an air paint and it's just slightly different to my regular metallic, so it's a pain in the ass to brush. Like I have to brush it and then let it dry and then brush it again to fill in the gaps. But it is what it is. But it just separates so much. Ooh, one sec. But Unity painting? I'm working on my armiger. So this is an armiger Helvrin. Welcome to Knights in 10th edition. Do you like armigers? Cool, play Chaos Knights. Do you like the big knights? Go fuck yourself. Is it really that way? Is that what the meta is like? Armigers in Imperial Knights are kind of poo compared to Chaos Knights, and big knights just not useful. Awesome. Well, not like it matters to me, because I'll never get there. No, both factions normally just spam armigers. Right, okay. I see. You might see 1 or 2 big knights and Imperial Knights. Well, that's unfortunate, because most of my knights are big knights. I got 4 armigers, and I got 5 big knights. It's 2 Questoris, 2 Cerastus, and then 1 Periphian. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. She turned me into a newt. A newt? I got better. Yeah, classic movie. One of the best. Very good, Jack. Jack, I knew you were cool. Look, that's just that's like they teach that movie in primary school. You know, that's basic education. Not so much in the States, really. Nah, Monty Python are awesome. My dad was my dad is super into Monty Python. So that was just like my entire childhood was just my dad quoting Monty Python, like reciting Monty Python audio dramas to me and stuff like that, showing me the like stuff like the Piranha Brothers, all that sort of thing. Your basic. Look, the Monty Python, I don't know if I call them basic, but they're not like super niche. Doesn't mean they're bad though. Some of their stuff is not as funny anymore, but I mean they've just got a lot of classics going for them. It's just some good old-fashioned silliness, you know? Monty Python helped make you the man you are today. More of a Life of Brian guy yourself. I mean, Life of Brian is like there's no judgment there. That's a good choice. It's a good one. He's a very naughty boy. Yeah, I reckon these these bronze / brass sections are going to take a while. Gonna need to do a couple of coats of them, maybe 3 coats if we're unlucky, just to get it nice and smooth. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Damn it, this is really irritating, is since this is air paint, it's so thin, so it really wants to like run into recesses and stuff. Correct you if you're wrong, Wood, and GW put out Spearhead boxes for Age of Sigmar last year. I wouldn't know. I do not keep track of the Age of Sigmar releases. I'm assuming Spearhead's just the, are they fantasy versions of Combat Patrol? Spearhead is just better combat patrol. Why is it better? It's actually Battle Force boxes they put out. That's your mistake. New Spearhead boxes should be slightly scaled down versions of them. Right, okay. Are they going to be for the same factions that got Battle Forces? Or are they doing them for most of the Sigmar factions? When they introduce a new Spearhead, the old one's still playable. The rules for the Spearhead are, or for the Spearhead are better. That's about it. Right. It looks like one faction will be the same and 3 will be different. I'm assuming the faction that will be the same will either be Greenskins or Cities of Sigmar. Ogre, More Tribes, Sirak, Bone Reapers, Cities of Sigmar, and you forgot what else? Okay, so it was Cities of Sigmar. Right, yeah, I mean, that was to be expected. Read an article from Bell of Lost Souls yesterday. I see. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with the Warhammer releases as much lately. I've been periodically checking 40k to see if there's anything interesting dropping that I would want to get, but hasn't really been at the top of my priority list lately, just because I've been relatively busy. Really don't know, barely pay attention anymore. Okay, yes, the same as me pretty much, yeah. No, but thankfully, I've built up such a huge backlog of minis to paint that I've somehow managed to get to the stage where I'm no longer interested in buying new boxes of things at the moment because I've got too much guilt. I didn't think it was possible, but I managed to build up a large enough pile of shame that the urge to buy more minis has temporarily abated. Genuinely did not think it possible. This is until there's a really good deal for something that shows up. It's a good thing, need to save your money. Yeah, it especially after spending a large amount of money on completely rebuilding my computer, it doesn't hurt having some time just to let the coffers fill back up. Fortunately, you enjoy playing the game and starting new armies. Yeah, and also, unfortunately, you paint really quickly, so you get through your backlog fast enough that you can, you can start painting the new stuff immediately. Whereas I haven't even finished one army. I haven't even come close to finishing one army. Getting pissed off at these companies over buying anything for BattleTech ever again. They pissed you off so bad. What did BattleTech do? I thought BattleTech was generally pretty well liked for mecha and that sort of thing, no? I thought they were meant to be priced much more reasonably than like GW and stuff. Yeah, they fucked that all to hell with the new releases and things were delayed. I see. So fuck, I'm you tired of this shit. The inevitability of all hobbies. Is the company publicly traded? Because if so, that's probably what happened. That's probably why this is happening. The instant investor interests become a thing. Any company is just doomed from a consumer standpoint. You know, a lot of companies are sending out notices about the tariffs delaying products. You paid about 1,500 points. Get burned out and then go to another army. Right, yeah. The thing is, I would say that once you get to 1,000 points, that qualifies as, if not having finished an army, having an army tabletop ready, I would say. I don't even get that far. And the company you did pre-order with, or did the pre-order with, pissed you off too, so you're never ordering anything from Game Nerds ever again. See, I'm a simple man. I buy my Warhammer direct from the tap. I go to the GW store, I stand there, and I lament my life decisions that brought me to that moment, and then I pay full price for some cheaply cheaply manufactured plastic, and then I never paint it. Ping pong. Hello, Sunju. Yo, Sunju, did you see Technic's Exocrine in the minis chat? Looks so fucking cool. Just fed up with terrible customer service. Probably won't matter their bottom line, but you're not giving these people any more of my money. Any more of your money. Yeah, that was that's like kind of my my stance with all Wizards of the Coast stuff. Like ever since the whole OGL debacle with D&D, I was just like, okay, I'm done with this. I am not buying anything else from anything else from Wizards of the Coast. Fuck them. And I haven't really played D&D itself much since then either. A mixture of just like burnout from the direction that D&D had been going for a few years in terms of releases, and like forever DM burnout, and then it got to like a matter of just like started playing other tabletops with my friends. But yeah, I have just vowed never to buy a Dungeons & Dragons product again. You also recently stopped playing D&D? Yeah, I mean, like, D&D is fine. And I think that it has its place. And I've had a lot of fun playing D&D in the past. But I just think that there are so many other tabletops that can do what D&D, or that can do what people want D&D to do. There are so many other tabletops that can do it better. I only tried D&D twice, but it was asked mostly because people, you think, a lot of main character syndrome. Yeah, I would say that playing D&D twice probably isn't good enough. Well, probably isn't enough to judge it based on the merits of the system. Because I would say that from a player's standpoint, D&D 5th edition is a very fun game, and it can hold up for a long time. But there are definite gameplay issues with it that show the more you play. And I think you're far more prone to noticing these issues as the DM because you have to constantly contend with them. I'd say from a player's standpoint, D&D 5e is a fine game. But the issues are really just on the DM side of this game is so difficult to make engaging for your players. Because the whole thing is like the players are just equipped to deal with literally every situation without issue. So you have to work so hard as a DM and prepare so much shit just to keep the players engaged with things. Because they will like they will breeze through any encounter you throw at them. If it's like, but if the thing is, you can't over-engineer them too much, because there's a very fine line between challenging your players and then throwing out a monster that's just going to one-shot them because its hit die, or its damage dice are too large. You enjoyed the combat and skill checks and all that, but your DM was weak-backed and didn't want to say no to all the people arguing over the most tiny things. Yeah, I'd say that the group is the most important thing. If you have a good group dynamic, D&D is awesome. If you have a bad group dynamic, it doesn't matter what tabletop system you're playing, you are going to hate it. But yeah, no, lately, like, the tabletops that I've been playing with my friends, the one that we've been playing the most at the moment is Lancer, which is really fun. I like it a lot. It's a very crunchy sort of, well, I say crunchy, it's not super crunchy, but it's a very tactical mech tabletop RPG. So, it's just a lot of fun. You're a squad of mech pilots, and the game is very clear about the conditions of your combat. It's like, this combat has this objective, you have this time limit, go for it. And there's a lot of customization of your mech. Like, you can go super in depth, and it's also really hard. Like, the game is out to kill you. It's a lot of fun. Other things that I've enjoyed recently are things like Cloudbreaker Alliance, which is a fun fantasy RPG, which is, again, very modular. The magic system's really cool. There's also Fabula Ultima, which is a much more roleplay focused fantasy RPG, which is very much just focused on co-op storytelling, where basically the players and the DM working together on like, the players and the DM, it's baked into the rules where you all work together to make the world. You all have ideas of what you want the world to be. You all make, like, everybody works together to make the countries and the history and the villains and stuff. The players know who most of the villains are, and it's about, like, trying to tell a story towards a certain goal, and then the players have essentially inspiration points which they can spend in order to make alterations to the story at key moments, which it's a lot of fun. Yeah, there's so much variety in other RPGs that I feel like a lot of people miss out on, because everyone tries to use D&D as, like, the be-all and end-all to do everything, even though it's not meant to do that. Like, trying to do a purely roleplay based campaign in D&D is just painful, because it's a war game. But then trying to do a tactical war game, like, focused on like smart combat and that sort of thing, is hard to do in D&D, because it's hard to challenge the players. Sorry for the ramble. I will read what you guys were saying now. I was focusing on what I was painting while I was rambling. But yeah, there were two players that thought their characters were the best and could do everything 24/7 by themselves. Also, once he put someone in charge of enemy roles, except that guy spent an hour beforehand looking at ways to min-max the combat and make it nearly impossible to win. The guy is a know-it-all prick, med student who thinks he knows more about everything, more about everyone else's degree than the person studying it. Oh, love those people. Yep. That's the thing, like, this is the thing you hear a lot from, like, people who have bad experiences with D&D, and that's, no, D&D is generally better than bad D&D. Like, it's only worth playing D&D with a group of people who you get along with, because otherwise the group dynamic can just be insufferable. Thankfully, all of the tables that I've played at and that I've run D&D with, or a vast majority of them, have been really good. There's been one that I've played at which was not great. It wasn't horrible, but it was just kind of like, nothing was really happening. It was like kind of why are we here sort of vibe. But yeah, I'd say that it's very important. Like it's very important to have a good group dynamic going. So yeah, that's why I've only really played with people who I knew outside of D&D. I haven't like had groups that are formed specifically around, oh, these are the people that I now play in D&D with, nice to meet you kind of vibe. It's like we all know each other before we start playing. You reckon you finish the night today? If I were being optimistic, I would say yes. If I were being realistic, I will say absolutely not. We'll see how far we get, but I think that the night itself, I want to at least get all of the metallic details done. But this is going to take a while because the paint is really thin. And it's taken us like 53 minutes to do the brass details on one of the guns. But yeah, because like as far as what we want to do for the night, it's the metallic details left to do. So for both the guns and then the exhaust, and then the I think that's probably it as far as the metallic details go. And then it's going to be the I've got to do some of the little heraldry things for like the red bat wings and skulls and stuff. Years ago when you owned your comic book shop, you had a campaign with 3 or 4 DMs and about 30 players, managed to keep it going for a couple of months before it fell apart. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Was it just like a Westmarch style thing where it was just the DMs would post quests that they had prepared, and then players would go, we want to do this, and the players would organize the group and then go, hey, we want to take on this quest? Because I've heard that those I've never really had big enough groups to warrant doing Westmarches, but yeah, I've heard that they generally are pretty solid when you've got lots of people that want to play. Which you can play D&D. Yeah, I mean, like, it's good when you have a group of people who you get along with and can play it with. But yeah, whenever I say I'm playing D&D, it's just like a catch-all for whatever tabletop RPG my group is currently playing. Yeah, but we haven't played actually like Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition in a very long time now. Which I'm actually, honestly, I'm pretty happy about. It's nice experiencing other games. One thing I'm looking forward to is the MCDM RPG, Draw Steel, I think it's called. I have been backing it for a while, and I pre-ordered all of the books and stuff. Because Matt Colville is my goat. He is, like I learnt everything that I needed to know about DMing from Matt Colville, and I very much trust his game design philosophy, so I reckon Draw Steel will be a very good TTRPG when it gets its full release. One person to come up with the overall narrative, and sub DMs would and some DMs would operate within that framework, and the players paired off with the DMs and pretty much, or with the DMs and each other, and pretty much based on who got along best. Oh, okay, nice. Rule number 1 of D&D, you're not Matt Mercer. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I thankfully, most of my friends who I played D&D with, like in my real life group, because I've got a real life group who we don't really play much anymore because it's hard to coordinate, and then I've got my online group where we play pretty much weekly. The real life group, pretty much everyone except one player, we all just sort of, we didn't have much exposure to D&D prior to playing, but one player was a crit role fan, and also that one player was kind of a problem person in general, and caused a lot of drama. And they moved to a different city, and we're sort of happy for that because they were a bit of a freak. But if, like, aside from that one person, we all didn't really have the crit roll preconceived notions of how D&D should be, so it was great. But that one person, they did have this flowery view on what D&D should be, and how it's like it should be this gripping narrative experience, without understanding that while crit roll is very cool, and I haven't watched crit roll, but I have great respect for Matt Mercer. Crit roll is not Dungeons and Dragons. It is a curated TV show being put together by a bunch of phenomenal voice actors who are trying to make a narrative for entertainment purposes. They are playing D&D, but that is not D&D. Currently playing Tyranny of Dragons with the new 2024 rules. You're a halfling rogue is very cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying the 2024 rules. I personally have not touched it in a long time, and I've seen a lot of the 2024 rules, and it's made me sad seeing what they've done to some things. But yeah, I would say that at the end of the day, D&D is about, like, it's a medium to have fun with your friends. So, like, especially if you're just a player character, you're just having a great time, just hanging out with your friends. That's the main thing. And I feel like Rogues probably fared pretty well with the rules updates. The thing that the thing is, I'm a ranger enthusiast. I've always been a ranger enthusiast, so I'm very jaded when it comes to the rules updates, because rangers are always shafted in everything, and the rules update was no different. Somehow, rangers, who were like Wizards' least favorite class, got even worse with the rules updates. But yeah, crit roll's cool, but you feel bad for Matt Mercer. Man didn't mean to become a paragon, for lack of a better word. Yeah, that's the thing is, and like, he has been open about it. He's been like, he does not like the Matt Mercer effect, and he doesn't like that the Matt Mercer effect is like a named phenomenon, where it's like, he doesn't like that people expect all DMs to be like him, because he recognizes that his DM style is a very unique thing, and also not realistic for most people to achieve in a regular D&D session, because that guy spends literally tens of hours per week just writing lore for his world before he even gets to session prep. Like, he does everything himself, because that is he has the ability to focus on that, because crit roll is alongside voice acting, that is his job. Most people can't do that. As an artificer, for the most part, your fun is entirely up to the DM. And the thing is, if you're an artificer and your DM is the kind of DM who just says yes to all your bullshit, it is so fun. I had a class. One of my characters was a lizard man artificer named Bush Mechanic, and I would basically just go around and every time we'd like finish a fight, because lizard men have like this, they have a feature that lets them harvest body parts from things they've killed to like make primitive weapons and stuff out of them. And I would just flavor, and that because lizard men are just like hunters and shit, and very just very tribal in a way. Every time we'd kill a monster, I would just harvest its parts and just hang on to them, so that when I would be making like my artillerist gizmos and stuff, I would just build shit out of whatever parts I had harvested. It was so good. And like when we were in we'd like raided a hag's house, and then I just like started scrapping chunks of like ladders and stuff from inside the house after we killed the hag. And so just raid bits and pieces from her house to build things. Matt Mercer and Brennan Lee Mulligan, not what you should try and do. Brennan Lee Mulligan, I would say especially so, is something which is fucking phenomenal to watch. And awesome to take tips from, but also the stuff that he gets up to in his campaign is stuff that like, well, in his campaigns I should say, but the stuff he gets up to is stuff that it is like very difficult to execute, crazy to watch, very difficult to execute, and you need to have players who are really flexible to play along with that. Like, I think the reason Brennan Lee Mulligan is so good is because his players are just like, they are really flexible and they are open to trauma. They are ready for their characters to get fucked over in glorious ways, and then they are also like open to like to just playing along with the with his antics and improving some really cool stuff. Hey peeps, hey Silver, how you going? Oh shit, nearly dropped that in the paint. We're good though. Played as a goblin who would ride around in a tank once. Good times. There's something to be said about just playing as a little rat. Just the size small character who is just a pest. It's cathartic, you know? You're just there to have a good time. You're not the main character. You're just there. You're loving life, and you're just enabling the party. That's a pretty good things to take inspiration from, but not copy. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that there are things that they can... Well, I reckon you can steal things from them, but you shouldn't try to become them. Because they're like... It's not a matter of you can never do that, so much as the stuff that they do is not necessarily compatible with a regular... a lot of the... Yeah, all the stuff that they do, like, as a whole, is not necessarily compatible with a regular D&D table. And it's also just unbelievably hard to do what they do in entirety. How many nights am I up to now? You ordered 2 30k nights today, like 7 now. In terms of ones that I've painted, this is my 3rd night that I will have painted. I haven't collected any more since we've last had the tally. So the number of nights that we have, total, including like unassembled and stuff, is we've got 4 armigers, we've got 2 questoris, 2 cerastus, so 1 lancer, 1 acheron, and 1 periphean. That is our full collection of knights. So what's that? 8. So 9 knights total. Wait. Yes. 9 knights total. As a large man, playing small characters like Meat the Kobold is fantastic. That is a great name for a kobold. But yeah, the thing is, like, because I am usually, like, in my home group, whenever we're playing D&D, I'm the DM. So But like for my online group, I pretty much I just like to be a player because it's like a nice break from being the DM at my home games. And for the online group, I'm so used to like working really hard as the DM in the in-person games that like as a player character, I just want to relax. I just want to be there. I just want to watch my players. I want to watch the other players just have a good time. So I just play support characters. I'm just either I'm a little guy who's a pest, and he's just an enabler, or I am just like an old man who's just like jaded, or not necessarily jaded, just an old man who just has a mechanic, or just has like a has a what would you call it? Like some kind of antics like that he gets up to with one of the other characters. I just like to be there, just like a support character, just having a good time, you know? So much better than being the main character. However, in our Fabula Ultima game, which is like the very much cooperative storytelling game, I wanted to be a support character. That's like how I had set myself up to be, like in the lead up to it, and somehow my kind of silly, happy-go-lucky support role character ended up becoming like very not main character, but close to main character, just in the narrative because of the way things shaped out. And it's just, it's this weird setup where I'm just like this silly little creature, and then at the same time there's like the fate of the world, and it's like, what is happening here? You have checks notes, 0 knights, hundreds of marines though. Yeah, I batch painted 10 Infernus Marines, and never again am I batch painting. Nice, you still have EV because you have Titans. Yeah, Silver, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to match up to the sheer scale of your collection. Not necessarily in number of minis, but in pure size. Like, brother, that is... that is just like... it is obscene. Jokes on you, Marines will be Sons of Horus. You'll beat your ass with the power of plot armor. Yeah, so, Jake, I'm not sure if, I'm not sure how much you've noticed of the, or how much you've seen of the knights I'm doing, but I'm doing them all in color schemes of the different trader legions. But they're Imperial knights, quote unquote, but they're very much themed around the trader legions. So our first one was Thousand Suns. Our second one that we did was World Eaters. Now we're doing a Night Lords one, and I want to do a Sons of Horus themed or a knight as well. Probably thinking of doing the like our biggest one, so the Knight Perithian as Sons of Horus. Because essentially what I'm doing is I'm like blending their pre and post heresy color schemes. So it'd be a mixture of like Sons of Horus colors, maybe some Lunar Wolves colors in there, and then get some Black Legion colors going as well, and a mixture of all the different what would you call it? Heraldry from the different states of the Legion as well. Meet the Kobold was raised by goblins and acted like a child, except he didn't understand the concept of lying, so he literally couldn't, so he was the most chaotic little bastard. He just sounds like a fun little guy. Every party needs their Meet the Kobold. You did 10 termagants in a batch. I slap chopped 20 termagants, and that was painful. I could not imagine batch painting like 10 termagants without slap chopping. Cream and black quartered scheme of white and the seam foam green, weapons in brass. Yeah. Like, I feel like these, like, I want to do my Sons of Horror slash Lunar Wolves slash Black Legion Knight. I want to do that as my biggest one because there's just so much to work with there. Like, so many cool things with, like, heraldry and symbols and shit and all the colors. Like, I feel like you get a really nice split between all the different states of the Legion on a big canvas like that. The general stuff for doing your Termagants is fun, but being 20 minutes away is annoying when it means you're actually 3 hours away because you got to do it 10 times for details. Yep. Batch painting is a bane on my existence. Have loads of chains and brass skulls. Yeah, of course, yeah. I've 3D printed an unbelievably large number of skulls and stuff, so I have no shortage of skulls to work with. Tails down on your Stone Crusher card effects. Once I finish my Tau battlesuit, what is it even called? The Riptide? I reckon I'll do another Tyranid. I'll paint my Screamer Killer. Just get some variety back in here. Howdy. Hey, Rebellion. How you going, mate? Gonna play an army that's not just board control for a WinCon? Imperial Knights only run the big ones. You have 0 board control. The word bearers want to be a meaty pound of parchment. The thing is, Jake, the goal with these guys is I want them to not be immediately visibly identifiable as traitors. I feel like if it's just a meaty mound of parchment, that knight is just getting shot on sight when it shows up on an Imperial world. Like, I want them to pass as free blades. So, for example, the World Eaters one is not like this horrifying thing covered in corpses and like skulls and shit. And the Thousand Suns one does not have like tentacles growing out of it and stuff. Like they're pretty clean looking knights. But they're just like, their heraldry is what would give them away. If you knew what the symbols were, then you'd go, oh shit, that's a traitor. It's Imperial, they won't know with the parchment. Ah, true. They're just purity seals. I mean, there was that one dread you can't be bothered to spell the name of. Oh, the Anchorite? We all love the Anchorite. Also, it's incredibly stupid that the Lehman Ross box has enough for 2 tanks, but it's missing another set of tracks. Hang on, so it's got all the bits for 2 tanks, except it's only got 1 set of tracks. So good. I guess because they've got all the parts to make the 2 different versions, but they don't want you to actually make both. Why don't Tyranids have night-sized models? The Screamer Kill is the size of an armiger. And also, that would be because if every faction had models that were the size of like proper Imperial Knights, then that would take all of the magic out of playing Imperial Knights. Like, why would I play Imperial Knights if I could just play like any of the other factions and just build an army out of purely their bigger ones? Orcs have Morkanauts, why don't Tyranids? Like, yeah, again, it's just because, like, imagine if, like, why would I play Imperial Knights if I could just play, like, Tyranids with only giant models, or Space Marines with only super scaled up dreadnoughts? It's like it's the identity of the Knights is that they're the big boys. Grenades have Biotitans. Yeah, I think that, like, I'm fine with, like, everyone having, like, their Titan proxy. I think that's fine, because then that's, like, specifically, you've got this super unit that's in the huge scale. But yeah, I think that for, like, not necessarily, I was going to say rank and file, but, like, super units are never rank and file. But for the really big units, I do feel like it is very much, like, Imperial Knights' identity as, like, as a faction, that they just have, they've got the big boys. Knights are the biggest boys? Exactly. From Forge World, you can get Tyranid models that's something like 2 feet tall, but then you'd be giving your money to an even worse company than GW. Wait, are Forge World a different company from GW? Man's forgotten the Titans. Okay, look. I understand that Titans are the biggest boys. However, as a faction, in a game, 9 times out of 10, you are not running Titans, you are running Titan. It is like, okay, welcome to our 2,000 point games. What have you brought? I've brought my Necron, my Necron Tomb World. Here's all of my boys. What have you got? I've brought my Titan Legion. Here he is. Oh. Okay. You love your Titans and you want to add more? You want to get the Eldar Titans? The Eldar Titans are neat. Yeah. Unless you play a 20,000 point game. Yeah. But, I mean... Rebellion. What percentage of the Warhammer community do you think have 20,000 points worth of painted models from a single faction? So a Reaver versus 1,500 points of tower once? Yeah, like, I think that Titans are cool, but I don't know. I feel like they just... I don't think that design-wise, a lot of the Imperial Titans, at least, visibly, they just don't have the same appeal to me as Knights. Their designs aren't as cool to me. Also because there's the Imperial Knights have the added bonus of the fact that there's just some silly feudal lord in there who's just like screaming about, or not screaming, who's monologuing about chivalry while he's running you through with a fucking giant chainsword. Honestly, a fair few, you'd say, have the the painted 20k points. You have 20k of unpainted miniatures. I know you have 20k of unpainted miniatures, Rebellion. You have a lot of things that you print out. I am aware of the print factory. You're more likely to find a morbidly obese gamer than someone who actually has 20k painted minis from a single faction. To take some of these prints, goddamn. Yeah, Jake, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, but there is a channel in our Discord for 3D prints, and it's basically just Rebellion's... it's basically just where Rebellion posts all of the things that he has printed out. But yeah, it's impressive to see. And yeah, Rebellion is our resident STL dealer. That man has all of the illegal files, and it's awesome. We love him for it. It's just Rebellion. Sorry, Technic, but realistically... okay, look, I understand. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on any toes there, but... The initial reason for the birth of the 3D models channel was because of Rebellion. You know what, but you soon shall be. See if that man can print you some Sons of Horus bits. Yeah, no, there's there's a lot of cool things that he has printed out. And he has also supplied me with some 3D STLs, which have, such as the, like that's where the, where I got the STL for my, my Knight Perithian that I've printed out that I haven't painted yet, but that's the one that we're going to be doing as the Lunar Wolves, Sons of Horus, Black Legion hybrid. $5 Canadian and a ham sandwich, what can that get you? Well, I mean, that ham sandwich is only going to appreciate in value, so... It's a good ham sandwich, though. Yo, that means that you've basically got 15 Canadian bucks right there. It's a good ham sandwich. Reminds you of the $500 and a baby alligator. What is that? What is that referencing? Good with the idea of reducing work to turn into STL files for people to print. Better sell them for relatively cheap. Market as helping a veteran to make extra money. Could be cool, yeah. I mean, get that bag. No guy in Louisiana that can hook you up with a gator. What is going on? What is this black market trade that's happening in my chat? Could always send me another Titan file or even the massive manta. I don't need the manta. I do not need the manta. Do not send me the manta, Rebellion. I will not print it. That thing, like, I am already struggling for, like, places to store my minis that I've built. Like, I don't have a lot of display space. Because, like, my glass cabinets are already very full of weeb shit. And so I've got like some narrow shelves that my minis fit on, but they're barely gonna be able to house my Titan. Oh, sorry, not my Titans. Barely gonna be able to house my Night House once I've got it painted. I don't know what I'm gonna do with any Titans. And look, I've already got that Eldar Titan file you sent me. I haven't printed it out yet. That's what you said about the Friffian. Quiet, you. I don't need the manta. That thing is just a big flat bastard. I don't need it. I don't have the space. And yes, I've printed the Periphean, but I haven't painted it yet either. Flat women are people. Hey, I didn't say anything about flat women. Hey, sounds like there's a bit of a leak of your own opinions coming out here. Look, I'm talking about how the manta is too huge and too disc-like. Although it's not really a disc. But yeah, Technic, I am insulted that you would assume that I would, or you would imply that I do not respect women. As a wizard in the making, I am nothing but a woman respecter. Forget the mantas and flat justice, he pulling the strings and smuggling that alligator, oh no. For any authorities that might be watching this in the future, I am uninvolved with the happenings here. I'm not aware, and as far as I'm concerned, this is merely jest. If any alligators are to be smuggled, I am not to be held liable. To any authorities, I live in a stand your ground state. Come at me. What the fuck? Someone answer Jake already. I've already provided my answer. I am not involved in this this alligator trade. I will not be asking for any alligators to be smuggled to me. Also, move your weeb shit over. Women prefer models to manga. So Jake, I never said that these were manga. These are models. And it would be quite hard to move them over. I did say my glass cabinets are full of my weeb shit. I am a serial anime figure collector. I think I'm pretty sure the cabinets are probably visible in some of my older streams when I was doing gaming stuff. Although it's probably not that identifiable because back when I was doing those streams, it was like my webcam was an Xbox 360 Connect that I had balanced on top of my computer monitor. Oh no, oh god. Yeah. Take her out of the jar. No, there are no jars. I'm not a no. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not filth. Look, we already went over this. I am a respecter. I'm not a jar user. But yeah, also the older streams in which the cabinets might be visible, they were also far less full back then. There were far fewer figures in the cabinets. Yeah, honestly, I can probably, like, once I finish painting this, I can turn my camera up and show you the cabinets, because they are behind me right now. Busy highlights are fun, but they also like to not look alike. You want random, but not, you want random, but not that random. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of edge highlighting lately, to be honest. I think probably just because I'm doing really big models, so edge highlights aren't as important. You have them in an enclosed space, that's close enough. Look, the space may be enclosed, but it's not sealed. It's not like I'm filling them with liquid. They're chilling, and they're not alone. They have friends. Artifacts' back is highlighted. Throw them in the minis, chat. Let us see. Let us see. Also, you don't edge highlight. You stipple and keep the prime color as the edge color. Oh, okay, so you stipple the shadows in, but then keep it clean on the edge. That's an interesting way of doing it. Which characters have you got? It would take a while to list. The ones that I have the most copies of would be Tamamo no Mae from Fate, Tokisaki Kurumi from Date Alive. I don't think I've got multiple Makise Kurisus from Steins Gate. I've got a really good Makise Kurisu though. I've got several Mikus because you can't not have Miku figures. I don't know who else I have duplicates of. I say duplicates, but they're not the same model. They're just the same characters. Anyone else regaining their virginity listening to this? Look, Sanju, I told you. This is established law. I am gonna be a wizard. I'm on my way. 5 years left, gamers. Only 5 more years, and then I'll be laughing. Oh, thank God you lost yours back in December and haven't been able to find it since. Yeah, that sucks. Man, that's fucked up, Jake. I hope you can get it back. You have a Homer Simpson figure and a plushie and an Ice Wizard figure, that's all. Yo, that's some pretty hardcore stuff there. I feel like I'd be pretty embarrassed to, like, I don't know, like, to have those, that's pretty full on. Oh, I've got a couple of copies of Roxy from Mushoku Tensei as well. That's one that I have a couple of different ones of. You have a shark. Is it a Blahaj? An IKEA Blahaj? It's a fucking shark. His name is Clarence. Okay, geez, sorry. I didn't mean to step on any toes with Clarence. Sons of Horus? Oh! Oh damn, yeah, nice. Man, seeing the transfers on the shoulders is giving me flashbacks. I've had bad experiences with transfers. It was painful. It hurt me too much. My back when I was doing my my 10 what were they even called? Infernus Marines. I kept wanting to say Interceptors. Back when I did my my 10 interceptors. No, not interceptors, 10 Infernus Marines, my Dark Angels. It was just transfers after transfers after transfers, and it was just painful. And then I had traumatic experiences with transfers on my Questoris, my, what is it called? Thousand Suns Questoris. You tried, alright? You don't have the fancy microset or microsol? Okay, no. I was saying I was having flashbacks because like it looks fine. Those are clean transfers you got done there. I was using microsol and microset, and I was struggling. Like, you got that, like, the numbers on his shoulder there angled really nicely. Finished Infernus Marines. Okay, they've yet WAs. Quiet, you. I'm doing my best. Okay, look, I'm struggling. I just want to pay my nuts. Okay, this is fucked up. I'm getting bullied. What you seen? If you vanish over transfers, you can't tell if it's transfer or not. Yeah, that does help a lot because because the transfers always have the slight shiny look to them. But if you varnish over the whole lot, either you can give the whole panel the shiny look, or if you do matte varnish, then you can get rid of the sheen from the transfer. 8 months ago now. Oh, don't. You're making me feel old. To be honest, in that time you've only painted 3 eliminators from regular Space Marines. Yeah, and I mean, you've been painting other shit as well. What have I finished since then? 2 nights. You put the matte varnish over it, may need another coat. Right, okay. By the way, really like the chainsword. Yeah, quite nice. Also, the base is really cool. Like, I think that you've done really well with the base for such a simple effect. With I'm assuming that it's a Grelin Earth you've got on there, and Blood for the Blood God just below him. Like, that seems like a really good way to do a nice looking base without a whole lot of effort, with like gluing lots of extra shit on there and all that sort of thing. Proud of it, especially the base and the eyes. Yeah. You got your second armiger done, all your needs that you've got so far, your pride and joy of Leviathan Dread. Yeah. Your stuff is, yeah. Like, Sanji, the stuff you paint, I see that and I'm like, fuck man, I'm so bad. Barely been painting lately, just a bit here and there, but no 6-hour sessions for a while. I don't think I've painted in a 6-hour session for a very long time. But yeah, I haven't been able to paint much lately either, so it's nice getting back into the swing of things now that things have quietened down a little bit at work. All you know is your current bases will have bismuth. Yeah, I saw those bismuth bases, those bismuth bases that you printed, and they look really cool. I am Monster Hunter brained at the moment though, and so I saw them and I was like, oh, it's like that one it's like that one zone in Monster Hunter Rise, the volcano zone with all the bismuth everywhere. You need to paint again, want to work on your spoiler squad? Yeah, I will say, I don't paint a lot of Space Marines, but my experience of painting the Infernus Marines, although it was painful because it was, I was batch painting 10 dudes, I will say I fully understand why people like painting Space Marines. Just like the shape of the models, they're just they're satisfying. Like, I'm not a Space Marines guy, but man, they are fun to paint. That's what made me think of bismuth, I see. Okay. Look, sometimes it just works out like that. You gotta get your inspiration from somewhere. You're lazy and don't do anything between your real world work shifts, even though you should though. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't I can't bring up, like, I can't muster the motivation to paint like on the same day that I've been at work. It just, like, I am mind wiped. So it's pretty much just like whenever I can get breaks from work, or whenever I have days off, it's just like, okay, we need to paint now or I'm never painting. And also just because it makes me feel like I'm doing something, you know? Because oftentimes, like, if I'm at work, and then when I'm not at work, if I'm not painting, then I just won't do anything. I will just sleep all day. That at least makes me feel like I'm being productive. Uh, 12-hour shifts tie you out until until the day after next. Oh, yikes. 12-hour shifts are crazy. Like, thankfully, since I work retail, the worst I'll have is like 8 till 5:30. But yeah, 12-hour shifts are wild. Eight a.m. Ew. It's not the worst, but it's not great. Work in a disability care facility, 7 to 7 or 8 to 8. Yikes. Yeah, that's rough. You're in a home caregiver. Hours are whenever, as long as you work. So it's so just as like, are you like on call for like whoever you're helping, or is it just like you just head over and do work for them and then go home, just as long as you get the job done? You've been getting some 8 to 4s and 7 to 3s. That's better. Still like painful shifts. I can like, yeah. Ever since you've no longer been able to be a stagehand, you don't want to ever have a job that you have to start working until or have to start working before noon, unless you get a job working from home. Yeah, like thankfully for me, like our shop isn't too far from where we live, so it's like I can walk there in half an hour, so it's really not that bad in terms of like the commute. It's just like get up an hour and a half before work, have breakfast, walk in. You live in the house with the client? Oh, I see, I see. Hey, I think that's all of our... Oh, I nearly missed that bit. Good thing I double checked. I was about to say that's all of our brass for the guns. But there's still a couple of bits here and there. Oh, actually, I missed the rivets as well. Your facility has you spent on 2 days, 2 nights. Shit's whack. Sometimes 3 days, 3 days and a night. That sucks that they flip you between day shifts and night shifts. I feel like that would just absolutely destroy your sleep schedule. Like you just would not be able to have any consistency. Three days, 1 night. Right, yeah. I imagine that's what we meant, yeah. You'd think that they'd just keep you on day shifts or just keep you on night shifts. But maybe they're not allowed to have people working exclusively night shifts like that or something. Ugh, why do I keep dropping shit? I keep like losing strength in my hand at certain angles and just dropping it. But I think that's, yeah, the brass metallics for the gun is done. Chicken jockey. Why? I can't see it and not say it. Yeah, did I mention that one of my friends who lives in a different city went to the he went and watched the movie. But he deliberately went on a school day so that he could avoid the kids, And he said he was in the cinema and there were still kids everywhere. And it was just like every time Jack Black said any line, all the kids would just start cheering and saying the line. Your casual schedules are way more flexible than your permanent position counterparts. I see, I see. Used to do 2 weeks day, then 2 weeks night. Issue was you were also diabetic and well, yikes. Okay, so for the top of the night, what needs to be done is exhaust, the handle there, the window, and then our top mount gun as well. There's that one. Oop, nearly dropped that. That one's going to go there. And then beyond that, we'll need to do the eye lenses on the face. I am placing blocks and shit cause I'm in fucking Minecraft. Flint and steel. You do night shifts, but every other night, not back to back. I feel like, yeah, doing back to back night shifts would really fuck with your just like your rhythm in general. Like, yeah, that would be wild. You've done back-to-back nights, you see shit? Crazy. People just hate on Jack because he's black. Do you know his name isn't Jack, apparently? It's like Tom or something? Tagged me in Discord. Oh, I see. I've got an at in the models channel. One sec. I'll have a quick look. Yeah, one moment. I'll just have a quick look, see what Rebellion sent in Discord. Oh, this better not be the Manta. Okay. Oh, it is the Manta. Come on, the Manta isn't fake. That's a full-size Thunderhawk. Rebellion. Where would I keep that? Where do you think, logically, where would any human keep that in their house? That thing is too big. That thing is huge. I don't need that. I'm pointing at my second monitor right now. You can't see it. Imagine there's another monitor like over here with a picture of the Manta on it. This, I don't need this. This is not on. Mounted on the ceiling. I've got exposed beams in my room, so like, I can have it like hanging from the beams. Up your ass, up your ass. Why? Hang on, okay, hang on, hold up. Oh, wait, no, up my, okay. Whoa, okay. Two different suggestions there. I read them as the same briefly. One was an offer, one was a threat. Awesome. We like that. Loved that. Oh, right, yeah. I said I was gonna show a thing of the, I was gonna show the, the cabinet. One sec. Do you have space? One sec, I'm gonna... Just gonna quickly... This is gonna be, this is outing myself in real time. Where is my transform? Rotate 180 degrees. Alright. There's a lot of clothes and shit just on my bed. Ignore the mess. Where are we? That's the cabinet, and I will put it in focus. There's the two cabinets there. It is quite full. Like, there's a lot of figures in there. That's what I mean by I do not have space. Adding yourself the minute you have my voice, you know it's gay. Hey now. Good God, you're a weeb. Look, this is established law. But yes. I mean, Rebellion, I went and lived in Japan for a year. I speak Japanese. Is it a surprise that I am a weeb? You see, at least I'm the kind of weeb that can actually speak the language. That's a redeeming factor. Where are we? I mean, not really. Come on. That's not a redeeming factor. I think it's better to be a weeb that speaks the language than a weeb that doesn't speak the language. Oh, hey, Jacko. Alberto, good lord. I forgot. I do have multiple Alberto figures in there. I mean, come on. The issue, though, is the Alberto figures take up so much room because the wings spread out and fill up like half the fucking cabinet, so I can't put other figures around her. It's fucked up. It's funny as hell to you how, lots of non-Japanese people are so in love with Japan and so many Japanese people don't even want you all around. Oh, yeah, no, it's true. It's like a very big thing. It's because, like, Japan's biggest, export is culture. Like, so it's things like, anime and it's not just like anime culture, but it's, it's tourism, it's anime culture, it's things like instruments and all those sorts of things. Sure you're on a wizard already? No, Sunju, I've got 5 more years until I've got my my magic. But yeah, since like all of their shit is from like recreational stuff, and so since they have a really big industry on tourism, it's kind of like this weird like thing where they have like really big tourism exports, but they're a very I don't want to say xenophobic, but they're a pretty xenophobic culture. Because it's really hard to get citizenship in Japan. I can't get this lead belcher open, by the way. But it's really hard for people to get citizenship over there. So it's a vast majority of the population are Japanese. And also a vast majority of the population are old people. So it's a lot of just like hate on foreigners. Or not even necessarily hate on foreigners, but just like they don't want them there. They don't hate foreigners, but they don't enjoy seeing their cities filling up with white people. Although I think, and there's also lots of like recent things with like people like Johnny Somali just being absolute fuckers. Their country is insular and racist. Yeah, kind of, Stubmaker. No, this isn't Nubmaker. This is Nubmaker's younger brother. And this thing sucks. Yeah, Nubmaker is currently in the other room. By the way, those figures come pre-painted and built. Do you have to do that? No. So the most anime figures come pre-painted and mostly pre-built. They just clip together. There we are. But yeah. Although I am in the middle of trying to build a garage kit, which I printed out. Exactly, Stubmaker and his older brother Nubmaker. I see. What the fuck did your ass just join for? What do you mean, Jack? This is like normal conversation for this channel. Fuck is Nubmaker? Why is he talking about Japan? Why does he have so many fucking horny figures? Hey, I'll have you know, I have principles. None of those figures have nipple. Look, I'm not that far gone. Like people who collect the ones that have like the actual nudity in them, that is a step too far for me. Also, Jacko, you should be chill with this. You build, like, your army is Demons of Slanesh. You should be fine with a few anime figures here or there. This should be right up your alley, in fact. Sounds like somebody's moving the goalpost. Hey, I'm not moving them. That's where the goalpost has always been for me. Well, there's no Mikasa figures. Did you just go back to check? But yeah, no. I don't know. I'm not a huge Attack on Titan fan. Like, it's fine. But I don't know. Never really been for me. Sorry, David, you legit have like 50 of them. They may as well have nipple at that point. Look, Jack, I just think you're not very confident. I feel like you're lacking in in confidence, mate. I understand if you're a bit uncomfortable, but look, it's okay to collect things you like. It's just like how it's okay to drink alcohol that tastes good. You don't need to drink sugar all the time. Sometimes you can enjoy something a bit more refined, like gin with ants in it. If you filthy image of your demonettes, they have nothing to do with the horny. Only the fiends have exposed nipples. What time did I show you my figures? You missed it while you were working. I'm not sure what timestamp I showed it at. It was probably like 5 minutes ago or so. If you look at the timestamps of people talking in chat, it looks like I showed it at around. It was about 7 or 8 minutes ago. General, oh, hang on. Uh-oh. I see. I didn't realize it got screenshot. And those cabinets do go down to the floor, and they are full all the way down to the floor. And there are other figures that I haven't opened the boxes of yet, because I had been ordering them off Army while I was in Japan, and having them delivered home because it's easier than having them delivered to my my dorm in Japan and then taking them back on the plane. And they've just been sitting in storage. You can tell who one's favorite waifu is by how many figures of them they have. There's a figure of the character in a wedding dress. Am I in that deep? Nah, I'm not a fan of the wedding dress figures. That's just like a bit meh for me. Like, you know, I'm not a fan of that. I like I would say that out of all of the girls there, the one that I like the most is probably Albedo. I've got two. Hang on. I thought I had three. Looks like I might only have two. Yeah, there's Albedo's regular outfit, and then there's one of her in casual outfit. But yeah, those are like, I don't know. I'm not wedding dress coded. That's a little bit much for me. I have so many girly figures, and it doesn't equal out the weeb to speak Japanese. He's more of a bunny suit guy. True. Hang on, Jack. That one's not even in the cabinet at the moment, but I literally have a 1/4 scale bunny figure of Tokisaki Kurumi from Date A Live. That thing is huge. That's true. Please no. Rebellion, you know what to do. What does this mean? What is happening? Had to Google who the fuck Toki, who the fuck it is from a sci-fi show or something, I don't know. Tokisaki Kurumi. I feel like if you have passing knowledge of anime shit, you would probably recognize her. The show she is from is pretty shit, but the character is very cool. Print Goku in a wedding dress. Rebellion can probably find an STL of that for you. But it'd be up to you to try to source it and print it. Either that, or you just get a 3D model of Goku, you get a 3D model of a wedding dress, or of an anime girl in a wedding dress, and you just put Goku's head on that, and you eliminate the titties, and then you've got Goku in a wedding dress. You do have passing knowledge, enough knowledge to know that Overlord is freaky. Okay, you've got actually just passing knowledge. Like, you watched episode 1 of Overlord, and you're like, oh, that's a bit that's freaky. I'm done. I'll have you know, I've read almost all of the light novels of Overlord, and it's actually fucking phenomenal. Like, crazy fucking fantasy politics and shit. It's really cool. To consider some DXD for his collection, it'd tie it together. Look. DXD, the anime, was good for a bit, but it just, like, it just went downhill. Like, each subsequent season just got worse and worse. You read, like, 8,000 chapters of Overlord, they literally fuck sheep. Are you talking, what are you talking, wait, hang on. Are you talking about the, wait, so, you read the chapters, so I assume you're talking about manga. I don't know what they showed in the manga, but are you talking about the part where, Demiurge has his farms? Where they're, like, trying to get, like, paper and stuff? I don't know about the sheep fucking part. And also, if you've read like 8,000 chapters of Overlord, then you're not talking about the manga, and yes, you're talking about Demiurge. Okay, well, look, I mean, that is deliberately meant to be fucked up. That's not like them going, oh, look at this, isn't this horny? No, it's like actually just meant to be nasty. It's meant to be fucked. To you, Overlord just became boring. Yeah, I mean, the anime was sad. It glossed over a lot of the really cool stuff, and the production quality wasn't great. But the light novel, I think that my favorite books from the light novel were the Men of the Kingdom books. They were really, really good. I liked them a lot. So, because it was, I think they're books 4 and 5, Men of the Kingdom parts 1 and 2. I really, really liked them. And it had a couple of lower points. But yeah, I don't know. I do genuinely think that, like, the books at least are great. If you just shuffle the figures around, I can fit plenty more in there. Yeah, but it's not just about trying to cram them all in there. Like, it needs to look nice still. And like there are some figures I like more than others, and so I want them to be more visible, you know? Like there's a method. To you, there was no agency, you know nothing that well can even come close to their power level, so it just becomes boring to you. Oh, I can see that, 100%, yeah. I feel like, it's less, for me, it's less about whether or not they are threatened by anything, so much as it's, the interesting part to me is seeing how the other forces maneuver around them. It's more about just watching the reactions of the other things. So, for example, that's why I really liked the Men of the Kingdoms book, or the Men of the Kingdoms books. Sorry, the Men of the Kingdom books, because it was very much focused from the perspective of the people in the Kingdom of Irantal, and you're very much just seeing how they're shitting themselves and they're scrambling to try to save everything, and it's just like, I don't know, that is what I really liked, and it's just, and then seeing the relationships of the Empire and the Kingdom and how they're sort of, yeah, just doing everything they can to try to hold it all together as like everything's just falling apart. That was what was really interesting to me. It wasn't necessarily about, yeah, not necessarily about any threat to, um, like, Ainz and all them, because the biggest threat that I think he faces in the entire series, I haven't caught up on the past few novels, but happens in the first book, or the second book, with Shaltir getting brainwashed. Or maybe it's at book 3. Might be book 3. But, yeah, I just really like the, like, watching the political climate of everything in the different kingdoms. He loved season 1 where they didn't know anything of the world and were taking everything cautiously, trying to figure everything out. But once he becomes the Magic Emperor, he started losing interest. Yeah, I would say that the Magic Emperor, like, once he becomes the Mage King, that's like, that is definitely a bit of a weird spot. But there's like really neat stuff where in the books after that, he sort of, because basically he's constantly chafing under the responsibility of having to be a king when he's just a regular guy. And so he's like constantly trying to escape from that post and just go and see the world. And so there does come a point where he like goes into an adjacent country, the Holy Empire, and he just wants to they do encounter lots of characters who are actually, they're not on par, of course, with the Ainz and them. But we do encounter characters that are a lot stronger than the standard for the world, like characters that are casting like I think up to 6th level magic, which is pretty crazy for that world. Because before that, I think the highest or the strongest person we see is Evil Eye, because she fucks up Entoma. But yeah, because there are individuals in that world that can like compete with some of the people from Nazarick, but it's not all of them, because they don't reach the upper echelons of Nazarick, at least yet. But you do see, like, in I think it's Men of the Kingdom Part 2, when Evil Eye and Blue Rose are fighting against Entoma. You just wish Ainz wasn't so damned OP. Yeah, no, I can understand that. But again, that's not really where the interest is for me. Like, the whole point of it is that he is just like this foreign entity that has just completely disrupted the balance of power in the world. And it's just, for me, it's the interesting part is seeing how the world responds to it. You love Entoma? Yeah, I love bug girls. Nah, Entoma's freaky as hell. Although I do have a figure of Entoma. But she's freaky as hell. Just read Dragon Ball Z, GT, and Key, not Super though. I never really watched or read any Dragon Ball. I don't know, it just kind of missed me. Like, as a kid, the anime that were on TV were things like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. I never really saw Dragon Ball. Oh, Intimate and Freaky, she's awesome. Look, she is freaky as hell. You feel you'd like it more if others were closer to their power level, or if Ainz and a few were that powerful, and a few more were that powerful, not just a vast majority of Nazarick. Yeah, no, I can see that. But the thing is, like, no, yeah, I can sympathize with that. But I think it's because one of the big themes is meant to be the fact that Ainz is alone, and I feel like if he encounters anyone who can compete with him in a way, he will have, like, he's not alone anymore. And, because the whole point, I believe the whole thing is, like, every few hundred years, people from his old world were dumped in there. And he was the only person that got dumped in there in this batch of, people from his old world. And so it's just like, the whole thing is meant to be just like he is the only person that's in his own, like in his league here, and it's just like, I think part of it's meant to be just the loneliness of that. But yeah, I definitely still understand the desire to see some kind of challenge to him. And I think, at least where I was up to, there were rumblings of that sort of thing, like with the Platinum Dragon God and other things like that in the background. But yeah, it's not like he experiences any real resistance anywhere. It's a good one. Dragon Ball's really good. The story got up to the Great Gods battle. One Piece is also a great watch. Different but fun. I have been getting nagged by a couple of my friends for many years now to watch One Piece. And it has, like, I refuse to watch it. It's just too long for me. It's like, it's too long. And also the art style is hideous. I do not like the art style at all. I know that the animation is phenomenal, but the art style, I see it and I cannot bring myself to watch 300,000 episodes of that just so that I can see when it gets good at episode 600. Don't mind the political intrigue the show's trying to have, but there's kind of no point if you can erase the country at any point. That's just you, though. Yeah, no, I can fully understand that. Yeah. I understand. Not for everybody. The political intrigue only really works because he doesn't want to just erase all the countries. And I think that's, I feel like that's kind of why I like it. It's because it is so one-sided, but all these people who are way smarter than him and way more versed in politics, but way weaker, are just all like trying their best to like work their way around him and try to secure their spot. You will watch a certain anime to a point so you can actually say you don't like it, and One Piece and Attack on Titan are the two big ones. The two big ones where you do like them or you don't like them. Because Attack on Titan, I was watching as it came out, but with like the big breaks between seasons, it was like, I got to that you don't like, yeah. Like the issue I had with Attack on Titan, first of all, Eren is just insufferable the whole way through. And the big breaks between seasons don't help. And then the changing of hands between production companies also doesn't help. And then when you get to like the later seasons where it's like going into the things with like Gabby, who is one of the kids from the mainland. She's insufferable. She's just like Eren 2.0. And then I don't know. It fell off for me. It was like I just stopped watching midway through one of the later seasons. You've read all of One Piece, so you can't say much in front of that. Look, I've got like one of my best mates, or a few of my best mates, have read pretty much all of One Piece, and they're like, it is popping off. They're like, this is so cool. Have you? And they're like talking to each other, like, have you read the new chapter yet? And they're like having a great time. And I'm like, that's great. I am not watching that show. I'm not reading that. It is too long. It is too long, and the art style is nasty to me. I cannot bring myself to like it. Again, I've seen like I've seen the one of my friends who really loves One Piece. It's 20-year build up. So I have heard, and that's what makes it so cool as well, as it's been coming for so long. But yeah, like one of my mates who's really into One Piece, when the episode came out in like last year, there was an episode which had a lot of animators from, like, it had like the full-on Looney Tunes animation. I won't say too much in case there are people who are reading or watching One Piece here that don't want spoilers, but there's an episode which has like actual Looney Tunes animation, where like Luffy's eyes like pop out of his head, and he does like that sort of stuff. Like the animation is phenomenal in that episode. It's when he gets one of his power-ups. So I watched that with one of my friends because he was really excited about it and wanted to share it. And that was cool, but at the same time, it's like, again, it doesn't justify the amount of time that would need to be invested in it to enjoy it, for me. You've similarly had One Piece fans try and force you to watch that billion-episode show. Yeah, that, like, I'm sure it's a very good show. I'm sure it's a very good manga, but it's too much of an investment. Like, it's just not accessible. That's completely fair, but you've been investing in it for years at this point. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that, like, for people who have already made that investment, people who have been following it, like, it must be fucking awesome at the moment, because whenever I hear my mates who are into One Piece talking to each other about it, they are so excited for what's happening at the moment, because they're like, shit's finally happening. It's actually the One Piece! The One Piece is real! Like, or, yeah, like, they are very super excited about the current arcs, which is cool. Nice. You don't know when, but at some point Naruto fans sat down and went, we're going to sit over here with all our filler and plot holes. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, at some point Naruto fans definitely did stop sort of talking to people about it. Tall Jack's been raving to me too. Yes, Tall Jack has been raving to me too. He is the single biggest culprit of you should watch One Piece. But yeah, I feel like in the past, Naruto fans were like really vocal about like, our show is the best. We've got the strongest characters. Who would win, Naruto or the Big Seven or whatever they're called, or the Naruto people, Naruto and gang, or such and such from this show? Naruto would win every time. And then I feel like at some point they just all shut up. I think that happened when Boruto came out. Yeah, I know that a lot of people were not happy at all with Boruto. The manga is apparently really good. The Boruto one? Because from what I heard of Boruto, is the thing that people didn't like is that it just trivializes all of the original characters. Like, I heard, like, from what I understand, by the end of Shippuden, Naruto and the gang are meant to be, like, godlike in power. Like, actually unbelievably powerful. They just can, like, defeat everything. And then in Boruto, Naruto is treated like a useless old man, and he can't solve the problems. And then Boruto is just like the next best thing. He's embarrassed to admit that he's a Naruto fan. No. So I will say this. I tried watching Naruto many years ago. I could not get into it. I genuinely gave it a shot. I watched about 50 episodes of the original Naruto, and I felt like nothing was happening. I was like, I've been sitting here for 50 years. He's still in the starter village doing training. And I feel like the same shit has been happening constantly. I cannot do this. And so I dropped it. Another manga you enjoys getting an anime adaptation. Hopefully it's good. Which one is that? It's a show out of time. The pacing was meant for shows that came out back then. Oh, yeah, of course. I understand it was meant to be paced so that, like, it's just a daily anime. You come home from school. It doesn't matter if you've missed 3 episodes because as long as you watch it at least once a week, you'll have a general idea of what's going on. Reborn as a Space Mercenary. I'm not familiar with that one. Is this airing at the moment, or it's like it's been announced? As far as like manga that are getting adaptations that I'm looking forward to. I know my sister is a very big fan of a manga called Witch Hat Atelier. And apparently it is getting an adaptation. So I'm keen to see what that's going to be like. She's talked to me a bit about Witch Hat Atelier, and it sounds very interesting. It has a very cool magic system. It's been announced? Right, okay. Hear about the beginning after the end anime? No. I did not. What is... what is that one? Is that the one that's... I saw a synopsis for it. Is the beginning after the end one the one where it's like the robots in like it's like a hotel being managed by robots after the end of the world or something? Is it that one? Or is that a different one? Old Man from the Countryside is getting an anime. Is that the sword trainer one? The what's it called? The swordsman trainer Old Man from the Countryside goes to the big city one? I watched the first episode of that one. It's coming out right now after a single episode. A new studio has already been announced for season 2 because the animation was apparently just so shit. Jesus, that's not good. Yikes. Sword trainer? Right, okay. Okay. So then this one here is gonna go... I reckon we go brass for the section underneath, and then silver for the main section, brass rivets, and I don't know, we'll go from there. Also, almost a one-to-one copy of the first episode of Mushoku Tensei. Oh! Beginning after the end's that one! Okay, okay, I know that one. Yes, I watched that episode and I was like, huh, I feel like I've seen this before. Funniest part of it being one-to-one is the creator of the series basically said he copied the beginning for it. Yeah, it seemed like it. I was like, it seems a little bit familiar. Episode 2 dropped and you haven't watched it yet? Oh, yeah, it came out last night. I didn't end up watching it because it came out while I was asleep. Oh, actually, of shows that are airing at the moment, I don't know the name of it, but I've watched the first 2 episodes of it so far. It's one where it's like, I won't say too much because the first episode is an hour-long one, but it's, and like lots of stuff happens in it, but it's like, about a guy and his little sister who run away from home, and it's set in like the Edo period or something like that, somewhere around there. And it's like his little sister has, like, people who will know it, they'll know it. It's like his little sister's got a red eye, like a fucked up red eye, and their dad chases them out of home for it. I won't say too much because it's really cool, but yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Any Chainsaw Man fans? Yeah, I like Chainsaw Man. It was solid. I feel like Chainsaw Man was a victim of like the same sort of shit that Sword Art Online got, where it was like way overhyped, and then because it was super overhyped, it was like people treated it like the coolest thing ever. But it's like, really, it's just like a solid show, and so then like people knee-jerk reaction just like started hating it. Also because the Chainsaw Man community is really annoying. You despise Chainsaw Man? See, that's what I mean. It got hit with the Sword Art Online effect, where it's a solid show that got hailed as the greatest thing ever, and the community was really annoying. What's this pink eye anime called? I'll have a quick look. It is Sword of the Demon Hunter is the name. Kijin Gentosho. Yeah, first episode is an hour long. It was really good. I really liked that show. I'm 2 episodes in now. Hello. Hey, Oliver. It seems like you might have you evolved a bit further, have you, Ollie? Skeleton Knight is getting a season 2. Oh, banger. Skeleton Knight was a fun time. I enjoyed it. It was definitely not the highest production quality show, but it was fun. I liked it. Oliver's regressed a little bit. Look, he has regressed in time period, but he has progressed in sophistication. His social class has greatly increased. You've united both halves of Egypt. Incredible. Have you got them building some big fucking pyramids right now? You received some designs from unknown entities from the sky that told you how to stack rocks in a triangular shape? Nintendo is actually evil. You're only saying this now, Mac? You're acting like this is new information. People have known that Nintendo are evil for decades. Yes, but your pyramids are round instead of pointy. This will definitely not look weird when future humans look at it. Obelisks are a lot cooler than pyramids in your opinion? I mean, obelisks just... Yeah, it's just a really cool spire. Price of physical copies of Nintendo games are probably going to go up to 100 USD. Well, I mean, the physical copies thing, at that point, that's not Nintendo's fault. That is the issue of, like, that is an issue of imports. You're really putting your painting off? Yeah, it can be hard, like when you haven't painted for a bit, it's tough trying to get the motivation to like get back into it and just paint again. But yeah, if you can set aside the time, it's really good to get back into it. Just pirate Pokemon games, you guess? Is it possible to pirate new Nintendo games? Because they're all on like their freaky little hardware made specifically for their consoles. Hearing of this small place named Rome just across the sea. I'm pretty mid-nation. I should probably get around to conquering them. Yeah, I'd be careful. They do have a pretty big obsession with anything attached to that ocean of theirs. I'd keep an eye out. It's possible to pirate new Nintendo games. Very, very easy. Easiest current console to emulate. Really? Crazy. The more you know. There's people pirating games before launch. Wow, okay. I guess I'm just out of the loop. There's something you know that I don't, future human. No, don't worry about it. Also, you're really annoyed about your metallic markers because they have these dog shit hard chisel tips, so the paint always pulls and doesn't cover properly. Oh, that's a rip. Markers are good, but they always come with these shit tips. Yeah, I haven't really used any paint markers, so I can't speak too much to the quality of pen tips, but I can imagine that having a really annoying, like having a hard chisel tip would be a pain in the ass. Rome's got no chance against Egypt and the Great Oliver. Exactly, that's what true followers say. You get 5 grain pellets. And you only have to carry 3 blocks of limestone. Only 3 limestone blocks for you today, Jacko. I was really hoping to try to pop the bubble of paint that had gone in there, but instead I just kind of like pooled more paint in there. Carthage is pretty meh. They're considering attacking Rome over the small island. They'll probably win, all things considered. Yeah, they'll probably win. So, Oliver, I reckon what you should do is you should make a map pointing out the exact location of where Carthage is on the map right now, and just store it somewhere safe, just so that we can know where the original city of Carthage is. You know, before they destroy Rome, just so that in the future, when we're trying to figure out where Carthage is or was, where it started, we just know where the city was. Good idea, future human. I'm sure they'll stick around long enough to leave records, though. Oh, of course, of course. They're creating a giant Miku figure in a dress out of stone for the Aussie god. Jesus, I'm not gonna lie. I was genuinely excited because I thought you were just saying that there was there was a giant Miku that was being announced, and I wanted to see it. You got my hopes up. Giant Miku isn't real? Apparently not. They're replacing the Gundams in Japan with Miku. If only. Yeah, I saw one of the giant Gundams in Japan in person. It's quite cool. The one in Yokohama. I forget the name of the shopping center it's in front of, but it's in the place where the Gundam store is. They have this giant unicorn Gundam, which has like lights and it moves and transforms and stuff. Very cool. I would pay good money if it meant that we would replace that with a giant Miku instead. Where Jacko, if you can carry the limestone, we'll make our own giant Miku. And Pharaoh Oliver is a benevolent god. You do your zoanthropes to finish your biovore after your Conifex is done. I mean, I am partisan towards zoanthropes because they're really cool. But how long have you been putting off finishing your biovore? Okay, now we'll do the bit where the gun's gonna go in while that dries. I've been missing a few highlights and details for maybe a month or so. I see. Maybe you should get onto that, Sunju. Bivor freaks you out because it looks like a flashlight. Oh, Bivor's that one. It's the one with the long thing on top. Yeah, the Biovore is an interesting specimen. When are we getting Pyrovore love? I'm assuming the Pyrovore is just a Biovore that shoots fire. Shelly, how long has your Necron Scythe been waiting? Sunju? Quiet. Look. I literally have to move it out of the way every time I start streaming because I keep it on top of my box of I keep it on top of my my box of brushes. So in order to open it, I have to move the scythe out of the way. Also, you gotta say that old Warhammer models do not hold your hand when it comes to getting smooth layers. What do you mean by that? Is it just like the way it's, the shape of it just leads to a lot of pooling, or what? Big panels and they're all flat. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Yep, that definitely makes sense. No details on the armor itself, so any speck of dust or hair that gets stuck in the paint is very noticeable. Yep, I'm with you. I'm with you. We tell the masses, tell them we have to construct a new statue to appease our gods, just make up a name or something like Mika. We'll go the Amun-Ra pathway and say we appease Mikunya. Jeez. And just like that, it became a cat god Miku. Which is thematic for Egypt. Oliver is such a gracious pharaoh. What was he before? He was I believe he was a Renaissance painter in a previous life, and before that he might have been a farmer, and I think before that in a even older sculptor in the Renaissance. Sorry, my bad. And then prior to being a farmer, I believe he was a caveman. So he has seen every walk of life. That's some extreme upgrades. Yeah, no, he's been growing. It went caveman, peasant, sculptor, pharaoh. I see, yeah. Waiting on office worker Ollie. That would be a sad end to Ollie's pathway. I hope we don't encounter office worker Ollie. I don't want to see him fall that far. I want to see what heights he can reach. Pretty sure Egypt will dominate the world, so you guys have reached your final stage. You're going back to Pharaoh because there was like 5,000 years you missed between caveman and peasant. I see. That means we have good odds of seeing medieval knight Ollie. You know, if I beat you in a match, do you suppose you could give me a bunny girl, Rem or Miku? Ugh, Rem. Yuck. That's like one of the worst waifus to have. Gross. How basic can you be? Come on, it's at least Ram if you're going from ReZero. Promote you to the COO of Grain Pellets Incorporated. Yo, Pharaoh Oliver is inventing capitalism like 7,000 years early. Felix? Yeah, not exactly a waifu, but yeah, valid. So fucking hateful, Albert, I love her. Look, I'm a simple man. Hey Dipper of Nugs, how you going, mate? I'm not sure how detailed I want to go with the exhaust fan or the exhaust vents here. If we want to go for like heated, or actually, I guess I'll look at what we did for our world eaters armiger, and then probably just match it to that in terms of effort we put in. Because I guess that's the standard, is I want to keep them all around the same sort of level of standard between my armigers. Am I streaming games after this? Yeah, most likely. Not 100% if we're going to do Monster Hunter or not. Like we're currently planning Monster Hunter, but I might do something else depending. Just because my boy that I play Monster Hunter with is still asleep, because that guy sleeps until like 4 or 5 p.m. So I might do Destiny or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or might do Dead Space if nerds want to see more of that. But yeah, we'll see. I'm planning on playing Dead Space again later this week anyway. Fucking Flashbang mentioned the game you sunk half your life into. Oh, the Destiny drop? Yep. I remember back in the days of Xbox 360 playing Destiny 1 alone with no friends, trying to run through the beginning of the Crota's End raid. The good old days. Crap, the flat drill bit you're using for the magnets just snapped. The new one won't be coming till the 12th. Ooh, yikes. Not what you want. I think you want filthy limestone carrying casuals in your capitalist empires. What's going on, Oliver? Oh, right, because the only two positions are CEO, COO, and CEO. Right, okay. So does that mean that Jacko no longer has to carry limestone? One day you'll play Monster Hunter with the chat. One day. At the moment, I'm in Gormagala hell. Trying to fight Gormagala using just a heavy bowgun is a painful experience. That thing just runs you down, especially when you've got like a tempered one with like a 5-star difficulty on it, like when it's got like the 5 purple stars. Like those things are rabid. Jacko would carry limestone even if you came from the company. He's a hard worker like that. By the chat, you mean you hate playing that game alone? Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah. That's why I was suggesting that if my boy that I don't play with doesn't wake up, then I probably won't play it, because I don't really like playing it alone either. When I launch that game alone, I am just fishing, trying to find a Grand Escunite or whatever it is. I think it's a large size version of the Monster Hunter version of a Nautilus. Zoshi has been a lot of fun. Yo, yeah, fucking high rank Zoshia. That thing is terrifying. It is hateful. It spits like 10 fireballs back to back to back, and then the last one just destroys half of the screen. The grand whatever is in a cave. Is it in the fishing cave in the Scarlet Forest? Because I've been through the fishing cave multiple times and I couldn't find him in there. forgot the area, but you walked into it and grabbed it with a net and just walked away. Oh, wait, you can net it? You don't need to fish it? It's near the Woodward hideout during the plenty. I see, I see. This is some good information. I thought for sure that I'd have to like use the big fishing hook and like do the thing where you have to like fight the big fish to catch it. Because the regular ones you fish for them, you don't net them. Pretty sure you used a net. Maybe you can just net fish if they're close enough to the shore. Okay, that's basic. That's a base coat for the exhaust done. And then what I'll do, I'll go and grab my my other armiger just so I can see what standard I did the vents to or the exhaust to on the other armiger. One sec. Thank you. Okay, because we want to do it to the same standard as this one here. So it looks like okay, it looks like the looks like I didn't go too hard on the vents. I just went lead belcher, Nuln oil, and then brass details for the rivets and other bits. Okay, I went pretty simple with the vents. Awesome. That's good to know. Put this off to the side so I can reference it every now and then. Yeah, so what did I do? It was... Okay. Okay, that's what I need to do. Oh, good to know. Like I said earlier, it isn't covered in skulls or anything, so it can still pass as a free blade. It's only covered in bloody handprints and corn symbols instead. Look, but it's not like clearly corrupted. It's just a little bit fucked up. Like the average Imperial citizen doesn't know that this is a demonic symbol. The average Imperial citizen sees this and goes, "Okay, that's a knight. Cool." They don't realize that the bloody handprints, and they don't see they don't see the hellish red glow coming from inside the cockpit. Look, it's fine. It's fine. No one has to know anything. You're Jack? You are Jack. I am also Jack, though, and I am the better Jack. Good to know that you're Jack, though, Jack. Thanks for letting us know, Jack. You're jacking it? We don't need to know that, Sunju. Thanks anyway. Glad you feel comfortable enough sharing that. But, yeah, I don't think we needed to know that one. You lied, he's not the better Jack. Feeling a bit self-conscious, are you, Jacko? It's alright. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's out of your control whether or not you're the better Jack. You're Jack Blacking it? Chicken jockey! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You did this to me. I can't not, it's a vocal tick now. I've got Minecraft movie Tourette's. Chicken jerky for real, for real. Are you one of those people who's going to see the Minecraft movie multiple times? If so, you disgust me. I haven't gone to see it once. I do think it would be really funny to go and watch once with the boys and we go and dress really nicely for it. Like, I feel like that would be very funny to do once. Local Warhammer stores holding a painting competition. Are you gonna paint Tor Garadon? Who's Tor Garadon? I feel like I recognize the name. Hang on, I need to see. Tor Garadon 40k. Oh, Imperial Fist guy. Right, okay. It's quite a cool looking model. Oh, he is the Imperial Fist. He's got a power fist. Awesome. You're going to see it tomorrow? Well, you have fun with it, Ancient Smith. I am happy that you have you've set aside a day to go and watch an incredible movie like the Minecraft movie. That is it's cinema. That is cinema. You disgust me with your Japanese cartoons. Look, I may be a weeb. That's it. There's no but. I may be a weeb. How long have we got left? Still got at least about half an hour or so before we'll start playing games. Complain about shitty isekais, but you've maybe watched a dozen this past week. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. It's just like, isekai is a scourge. There are a few good ones, but most of them are recycled slop. But look, sometimes you just need to watch slop. It's like my mum watching, like, watching watching dramas on the ABC iView app or the SBS On Demand app. Like, she's downloaded the app so that she can watch full seasons of dramas on free-to-air TV. Like, sometimes you just need to watch slop. It's like a McDonald's chicken and cheese. You know, it sucks, but you can devour it. I don't think I've ever had a McDonald's chicken and cheese, so I cannot sympathize with that one, but I get the I understand the analogy. I know what you're going at. I know what you're going for. My god, she gets it. She does. She loves watching her slop. I respect the hustle. Okay. I reckon we get a bit of null oil on those exhausts and they'll look pretty good. So now, at least for the body, what'll be left is, other than some heraldry for like our red skulls and bat wings, it'll be the window needs to be done, and then I think that's pretty much it for that. And then after we do the base, we'll need to weather it because we're putting it in the same snowy environment as our World Eaters one. So the people here, the type to scream while playing horror, you imagine for Shells, he probably needs to tuck in with someone else after horror. Jack, were you not... did you miss it a couple of days ago when I was playing Dead Space? I do not cope with stressful situations. I played Dead Space, like the original, back in like 2013 or something. And I am now playing the remake, and it still freaks me the fuck out. I cannot deal with it. I'm a screamer. It really actually needs to be tucked in. I cannot deal with it. It's fucked up. It's not a matter of like scared of like I'm scared of the dark so much as I get really stressed out by the tension, and then I get really highly strung, and I'm like, motherfucker, if something jumps me here, I am going to piss my pants. It's okay, big bro. Big bro Jacko 667 will take care of you. Well, pants pissing stream. Well, look. I don't know how you can call yourself big bro. And like, I've seen you in real life, and not only are you not the original Jack, you're younger than me, but you're also shorter than me, little man. Like, come on. I don't know what fantasies you're having. Space Wolves privilege is insane for Warhammer. What's the most recent Space Wolves privilege that we've gotten? What is the most recent installment? Hello, by the way, F15. About to call me short, this fucker. What do you mean about to call you short? I did call you short already. It was a pretty open and closed case, that one. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit shorter than average. I'm sure you can think of many reasons as to why being short is fine. The new Space Wolves set. Well, I mean, it's just like Space Marines in general are just privileged for as far as James Workshop is concerned, and Ultramarines and Space Wolves are the they're just the go-to coolest guys according to Mr. James. You're not even below average height. Just gonna think you're fucking Termagon. Like, I never said you were a Termagon. I'd liken you more to like a grunt from Halo. I'd say that's probably more the sort of scale you're in. You like in overt size you make up for in dexterity. Look, yeah, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't know why you're overreacting so much. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit small, a little bit dwarf-like. Really, how tall are you? I am 5'11", 180 centimeters on the nose, which means that I am essentially 3 foot tall. Because I'm not 6 foot. Because as we all know, if you're not 6 foot, you're a dwarf. You're a midget. The size of a Necron scarab. Also, Jacko, you know, if you call me 1.3 meters, you're outing yourself as being shorter than 1.3 meters. If that's what you gotta do, then you'll take me down to do it. That's what you gotta do to take me down, you'll do it. This is some self-destructive behavior. Man, what is it with me and like making enemies out of all of the children in my chat? Like, I'm only capable of fighting kids. You're the 6 foot on the dot and the third shortest person in your group. Yeah, like, all through high school, one of my best mates was always, like, he was just, like, Slender Man. Like, this dude is easily over 2 meters. Children, you're fucking old. You're literally not, little man. I'm the same age as tall Jack. You're literally younger than me. Poor Vivi Shells is getting out-heighted by another Jack. Yeah, I am. See, I don't have any issues with being shorter than someone. It's nothing to be ashamed of. See, how many Jacks are there? What the fuck? Yeah, that's the thing. In Brisbane, we have the Council of Jacks. Well, actually, we exiled Tall Jack. He's not here anymore. We got rid of him. But yeah, I would say that at least for people my age, my experience at school, the most common name that I encountered was Ben. I believe in year 5 or 6, I had 4 Bens in my class, which was pretty impressive. And actually, in my form class, all through high school, I had 3 Bens. Tall Jack was too tall. Yeah, he was too tall, so we had to get rid of him. Probably one of the shortest ones here. Alongside Jacko, you'd probably be one of the shortest people here, yeah. Don't worry though, Rebellion. Like, Jacko is easily... He's here to beat you out on that. He's like 4'2". Nothing to be ashamed of, by the way. It just means that, like... It just means that you have a different perspective on things. And I think that's awesome. Jack is definitely the superior name to Ben. It is. It's a strong name. And it can help make up for a lack in height. Good, you're only 5'6". Right, yeah, no, you've easily got him cleared. She's not 4'2". Stop using it. You're literally like 5 taller than 5'6". It's okay, Jack. Jeez, calm down. It's fine, buddy. No one's gonna judge you. You can be yourself around us. We're all friends here. One v one move total Warhammer 3. The winner is the taller one. Look, Jack, I've never heard of a Total War Warhammer 3 1v1 being the way to determine how tall someone is. I reckon an easier way to figure this out would be a little known item called a tape measure. I understand they're daunting because they tend to reveal facts about your verticality that might be uncomfortable to you. But look, sometimes the best ways to deal with trauma is through exposure. Remember, with a safety net, of course, I will be happy to be there as your support network while you confront the tape measure. It's an easier way to figure it out, and I think it'll help you come to terms with a few things. I might need a stool to sit on, though, so that I'm not towering over you and making you feel uncomfortable. How about a ping pong match? He might need a stool to actually reach the bench there. Either that, or I'd need to be sitting down in front of the table and we'd lower it a little bit. Exposure, he's a pervert. Look, sorry, Jack, I'm not into kids. I understand. I appreciate your endeavor to engage in that sort of discussion, but I'm not interested in midgets or kids. Get you one of those baby high chairs so you can be eye level with you. We both sit. Oh, are you coming to my place? So you'll buy it, get it delivered to my place, and then you can sit on the high chair. DW should have a Kakaradon's model upgrade sprue. Rip Forge World Tyberos. Was there a Forge World Tyberos? You're older than me? You're literally not, though. You're literally not older than me. Stop accusing of being a Roblox YouTuber. Look, do people actually... Okay, I understand it probably is a thing, but Roblox YouTube? Like, what even would that... I feel like that would be, like, more base than, like, Minecraft YouTube. Base, not based. But, like, what would eat... Okay, I don't even... I've never really played Roblox. What is it? What do people even do? This is the kindergarten ass argument you haven't heard in years. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, technically. I understand that it's just like... Sometimes when you interact with kids, the, it ends up being a childish argument. That's true, Technic. You as the older one shall be the mature one and stop. Is that right? Well, I guess I will let you retreat for now. It would be unkind of me to chase you down after you've withdrawn. One second, I will be right back. I'm just going to quickly go and fill up my glass of water. So I will be back in a moment. Oh man, my elbows are so sore from the way I've been leaning on the desk. Is it visible how, like, the redness on my elbow, or not really? No, okay. But I've, like, flattened that whole section there just from leaning. Now that that nerd's gone, we can talk about how weird his collection is. That seems like a little bit of a, an immature jab, young Jacko. And a little bit cowardly as well, to make it behind my back. Come to terms with the fact that after a day of painting you shrink 3 inches. You hit such a crazy crunch that when you're done you shrink 3 inches. I'm quite cautious about my posture when painting because I've got like a lot of back issues in my family, so I'm always like really careful to make sure I don't fuck myself over. Be honest, how much have you spent on your collection? Oh, that's a hard one, Rebellion. It's been because it's over the course of several years. But the good quality ones in the cabinet will generally go for between $150 and $400. So not all of them are good. There's a lot of cheaper ones in there, but like that, it is an expensive cabinet. And the thing is as well is that they're all limited run things. Like they're not things that stay in production. They'll run them for like a month or so, and you generally either pre-order or just buy it while it's available. Like if they get damaged, you cannot get new ones. You should take Shelley used to take a higher road and be a good person. Also, Shelley, they shall pick a fight with his 14-year-old. Look, it's just too easy. Also, I don't think Jacko is going to appreciate you calling him a 14-year-old. You know how these kinds of these kids are. They're very self-conscious about their age and their height. He's 16, okay? Look, there's a difference. He's almost finished school. Specifically referring to Noah in this case. Oh, okay. I mean, okay. To be fair, look. Noah is too easy as well. Like, Noah is such an easy mark to make fun of. Projecting this onto you. This is clearly about Noah. Been fucking targeted. Look, Noah hasn't been here at all today. How am I supposed to know that we're talking about Noah here? That's the viewer with the most watch time in recent months. Get wrecked, Noah. Come on, the poor kid isn't even here to protect himself. Okay. I think that's the metallics done. I think that's actually what I wanted to accomplish for today as well. Because we're just about on 2 o'clock. Which is where we're going to go over and play games. Although I still don't know what games we're going to play. But let's see. This is what we've accomplished today. We got the metallics done for our arms. Ancient old man shells picks fight on children with children on stream. So does that mean that you're admitting that I'm older than you, Jacko? Because I thought one of the big sticking points was that you are older than me. So does that mean that you were lying about that, or? But yeah, I think these are looking pretty good. What I'll do, actually, I'll quickly throw up... Yeah, I'll throw up a poll, just see what people are keen on seeing. Just because we've got a few people in here at the moment anyway, so let's just see what people would want to see. What game should we play now? Monster Hunter. Dead Space. D2. I guess those are the only ones I can think of at the moment. Still try to intimidate me with your Australian accent. You literally have an Australian accent as well, what? And actually, while we leave that up for a little bit, I just realized that there are some rivets that I need to do on these shoulder pads. Also, you know you're older than me. You may not be an old man yet, but you're getting there. Oh yeah, no, you're not an old man. You're like 30 or 31, aren't you? Like that, you're still chilling. Like that's what I've heard about. Like I've heard lots of people saying about your 30s is it's just your 20s but with money. Although in this economy, I don't know how true that still holds. Over 25 viewers. Yeah, we surprising amount of traffic today, which is quite nice. Yeah, I think it definitely helps that we don't have a 20-minute stream delay like we've had recently. It makes it a lot easier to interact. Money in this economy. Alright, yeah, seeing a lot of people saying Dead Space from the looks of it. So yeah, what we'll do, I'll just do the rivets on the shoulder pads while I remember them. Because otherwise I will completely forget. And then we will have an issue where I either will forget to do them entirely or I'll have to come back through and do them again at a later date. Okay, so that's one done. You wanted to watch D2 and watch me slowly fall into insanity? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to do in D2 at the moment because I refuse to buy the seasons because they're still doing that scummy shit where they lock it behind premium currency and you can't buy the bundle that gives you the right amount. So it'd pretty much just be like dungeons with a mate or nightfalls with a mate. Because otherwise it'd be like organizing my group of 5 to see if we can do raids, but I can't do that on short notice. Is buying like 100 Termagants a terrible idea? You want nids? Jacko, if you're gonna do a nid swarm army, it needs to all be rippers. This is an established channel. This is also established channel law. This is a rule. The best Nid swarm army is purely Ripper swarms. If you can't commit to it, then don't do it at all. Fuck you, Jack. You're running 120 crude hounds and you can't stop me. You can only take 3 units of Ripper Swarms and they cannot move through terrain. Look, you can only take 3 units of Ripper Swarms if you're a nerd. Okay? Just take them anyway. Who's gonna stop you? Your opponent? Okay, let's see. We'll close this poll here. Looks like it's pretty much the majority of people saying Dead Space. So, what I will do, I'll set up our other stream, and then I'll funnel this one through to it. If we go... schedule stream... We reuse the settings for that one. Go that one there. We'll just schedule that. And 1 sec. And I believe if I go, I should be able to go in settings here. If I go to, should be a button for like redirect. Is it in customization? There it is, redirect. And so then I can go save that. Okay, thanks for the $2, Technic. You are by no means on any substances. Just completely unprompted. You good? Thank you, I guess. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned now. What is it that you are definitely not on? Oh, whoops. I just completely fucked around with the focus there. Okay. Let's see. And now I'm gonna see if I can set up this redirect. It's for like the 6 hash browns I had yesterday. I only had 4 hash browns yesterday, and they were, that was day before yesterday, and they were fucking delicious. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to quickly redirect this over to the other stream, just so we have these separated between, oh, hang on. Oh, I guess it's already over there. I guess it's on the same stream key. 1 second. I'm going to end this, and it should send us over to the other one. 1 sec. This should work. See you guys in a second. And